Good afternoon. Welcome to this Monday edition of Wire to Wire from Horseshoe Indianapolis alongside Racing Rachel, track announcer John G. Dooley. As we start another week of racing here in the Hoosier State with a 9-race card to kick it all off. The main track is labeled fast. We're on the Stall Wilson turf course. Again, I did that. The course is rated good and the rail set at 36 feet here at Horseshoe Indianapolis. $1 horseshoe. A hat trick all-turf pick 3 back in 2025, first time this season because of course we've been rained off, or at least wet weather, leading to us being off the Caesars course here at Horseshoe Indianapolis, but it's rated good. And how was your weekend? It
was good. I did a lot. It was great weather this weekend. The forecast doesn't look that great for the rest of the week, but great weather this weekend. I got tons of yard work and farm work done this weekend.
It was a great sports weekend too, of course. Horse racing fans, journalism, winning the 150th running of the Preakness Stakes
was
there.
So nice.
Yeah,
so pretty.
In the Octagon as Old Pimlico, Old Hilltop. Now, of course, that'll be built anew. And then we also had Indiana Fever, certainly putting it to Angel
they
Reese
won their
in the
first
sky.
Out. Ooh, I saw that drama.
Triple double for Caitlin Clark. And on Sunday, how about the rookie? A rookie drawing the pole position, fastest time for the 109th Indianapolis 500.
Yesterday. I did not see that. You'll have to update me. So
first
the
time
rookie.
In 40 years.
Oh wow, really?
Get to get the pole. Yep.
Wow, nice.
Yeah, exciting sports news. But today, looking forward to a 9-race program here at Horseshoe Indianapolis. Again, the $1 horseshoe hat trick all turf pick 3 in play on a course rated good here. Rail at 36 feet for the official race day forecast again. Then Tuesday, Wednesday, going to be a lot different than today. But let's go downtown and check in with WRTV6's Macy Tetrick with the official race day forecast to start a week with us here in the Hoosier State. Macy?
From Indy's streaming news leader, this is a WRTV update.
Well, even though we had a brisk start early this morning, the afternoon feeling a bit more comfortable, very mild. Temperatures for this time of May should reach around 74 degrees, and that's exactly where we'll be. Now it's going to start to look a bit more cloudy as the day goes on, but rain chances really should hold off. That may not be the case later this week, though. We'll see some more rain, especially on Tuesday, and with the rain will come cooler temperatures. Highs are in the 60s starting on Tuesday and lasting through the rest of this week. Back to you, John.
All right, Macy, we're just talking about the turf course here at Horseshoe Indianapolis, the Caesars course.
Turf course.
Some have different.
Nobody even noticed you did that
opinions,
except you.
But the course rated good. And again, looking forward to our racing program here today. There was no live racing on Sunday, Saturday, whatever sports you took in or whatever you might have did over the weekend and on Friday. But going back to Thursday, Joe Ramos, he's been riding in great form here since we kicked off the 2025 race meet. He had his first mount in this year's 151st Kentucky Derby under the Twin Spires there at Churchill Downs. So good for Joe. But yeah, another riding double day for Joe. And Alberto Burgos, of course, last year's leading jockey. Sometimes people forget. I mean, what a breakthrough meet it was for Alberto last year, because we always mention Fernando de la Cruz. You think Joe Ramos. You think Marcelino Pedrosa Jr. has 3 titles here. All those that were vying last year. But Alberto got the job done with 81 wins here a year ago.
He did, and I was just saying the other day, he's becoming one of my favorites. He's so nice. He's such a great rider. He sits a horse really well, and obviously is very talented. So and humble as well. So very happy to have him being successful. But Ramos definitely and Klopp are heating up. When they get on a roll, they get on a roll.
If we want to go back in time to Thursday's racing program, I guess we'll start with Joe Ramos. This was a nice maiden juvenile. A couple of newcomers, both for Joe Davis and Cesare's racing. They had the 1-2 here in this maiden juvenile dash. Going back to Thursday's racing program, the red cap was Dreaming Bonita, and on the outside the yellow cap of Dreaming Y, and that was Joe Ramos. So it was a 1-2 for Joe Davis, Cesare's, and the winner, Dreaming Y with Joe.
Yeah, it looked really good. And then he went on to race 7, number 6, Ease My Mind. This was one of the ones for Klopp. It was 11:20. So very nice there.
Yeah, you talk about Alberto Burgos during this meet teaming with John Harron, and we'll take a look at that right now. But obviously, you know, Ramos and Klopp.
Yeah.
We just saw them combined with Ease My Mind. Here's Alberto Burgos' 2 on Thursday's racing program, or going back actually. This was Ease My Mind, has those blue blinkers, and Joe Ramos getting the victory. I thought Bozano was game, tried to match strides late, but Ease My Mind just edges near home, and our guy Max getting into 3rd, but Joe with a couple of wins here on Thursday.
Sorry, you know what I did?
What did you do?
I did a Ron Burgundy. It was on the script. script, and I just went off the
Ron
script.
Burgundy, or just marooned. You left us marooned on the show.
11-20, yeah.
Yeah,
What a
9-2.
nice finish. So, and Klopp, 7 wins in 3 days.
Yeah, he's been on fire.
Jeez, oh, Pete.
John Harron, too. John's putting up some good numbers.
Yeah,
too.
I texted him the other day, and I said, "You're killing me with these Irish named Ines Frilas."
Yeah, we'll get to her in just a moment.
Any Outlander fans out there?
Let's talk Temple Painter. Now let's get to Alberto Burgos' replays from Thursday. Got a couple of wins for last year's leading jockey as they straightened away. White cap on the outside. This is Temple Painter. This was the first win, on Thursday's card for Alberto Burgos. Bits of candy under Orlando Mejica made Alberto and Temple Painter work for it. The odds were in Temple Painter's favor at 6-5. Temple Painter just rolled past.
His stats, Rob Dobbs, from last year and this year, I can't remember. Not as many starts as some of the others, but percentage-wise, he was doing really well, and is again after this here. And then we just talked about this one, Haran's Irish named horses.
Yeah, rallying
and
from
another
off the
nice
pace.
price.
Well, and here's Inclusive Justice at 4-5. I mean, look at the splits. I mean, 24 and change, almost 49 seconds with a half. Had it all her own way. So props here to this.
How many?
It is free last.
How many was that?
I said 9. It was about 10.
Oh yeah, you're always so spot on though. You're always like
you
there
gotta
or one
do your
off.
best.
Yeah. Well, you've been doing it a while. Want to take a look at the standings?
Thank you. Yes, standings. Let's go.
Okay. Who do we got? I
Joe.
haven't looked at it since
Yeah,
last
Joe
week.
Ramos.
So
There's Klopp, of course, on that side.
of course, 13-11 to Gennaro. John Haran, 9. Can't forget to mention Tim Eggleston. He had a double for quarter horse. And
both
so
breeds.
did Rolando
Yeah,
Pino.
both
Yeah,
breeds.
both breeds. Tim is just crushing it. And then as far as jockeys, Ramos, Fernando, Marcelino, Sammy, Burgess. Same old as last. It's very similar to last year, don't you think? We just need to get DP back. Deshaun.
Yeah. Thoughts to Deshaun Parker on the mend. Want to mention, as part of our Thursday racing program, we closed out the card with 3 trials for the Harley Green Derby. Speaking of Tim Eggleston, Rolando Pina winning a couple of races. Edgar Diaz also was on the score sheet there, taking out the finale on Thursday, which was the 3rd and final trial for the Harley Green Derby. But Apolitical Mission, Apolitical Patriot, they were 1-2. That was a quick dash, 17.690 for the top time.
Yeah, and that Tim Eggleston, who we just, nice, there's the times, guys. Again, out of those 3 races, it was more about time. So these horses will go on to the final. And also want to mention the final for this is going to be Saturday, May 31st, first post of 10:45 a.m. Definitely want to mention that B had all 3 quarter horse winning horses.
Did he really?
Yes, he did.
Wow.
So yeah, all 3 quarter horse races. In fact, he gave out the straight exactas in all 3 races with an average paid of $25 for those exactas. So good on you, B.
Martha Clausen will be along later today to join the live broadcast, talking about the quarter horse maiden juvenile dash to wrap up the Monday racing program as we start a new week here in the Hoosier State, again with a 9-race card here today. Contest-wise, we've got you covered on Mondays. It's Dooley's Legends. Pick up that $100 bill coming up every Monday through the final.
He brings it every
week
Monday.
Of the meet. Yep, absolutely do. Keep that. Keep that Ben right in the wallet. Your selections by 3 o'clock today, please, for those races as part of the contest, whether you're joining us here on track. This is an on-track and online contest,
Yes,
Rachel,
both.
just to point that out in case anybody's tuning in for the first time here to Wire, the highly rated pre-race show. In fact, it's the #1 rated pre-race show on Mondays. Horseshoe Indy Contest at gmail.com. #1, we're
Agreed.
the best.
I'm #1.
Nobody better.
No one's better.
Concert
Good
series.
job.
This is going to be exciting. A big, beautiful event here at Horseshoe
I am
Indianapolis
excited. Friday
2025.
concert series.
The Survivor cover band.
Yeah, Journey. It's an
Escape.
E5, C4, P3.
C3PO.
Escape a Journey tribute band. Love
they're
Journey.
great.
No, yeah, I know they are really good. This Friday, May 23rd at 7 p.m. I'm making fun of us, really. I cannot wait to see them. We're gonna have some one each month. So May, June, July, August are when we're gonna have them. So very excited to kick that off. Toy Factory is one of me and my dad's favorite local bands, and they're gonna be here.
Free
so
concert, right? Free summer
yes,
concert
free
series,
summer
so.
concert series. Love it.
Yeah, big week coming up for us here at Horseshoe Indianapolis. So we have the racing program and then, of course, the free concert series talking about Friday, Saturday in town, 109th. A lot of buzz about the 109th running of the Indianapolis 500 at the IMS. And we'll be back a week from today. I mean, Already Memorial Day.
I know. I feel like it's gone by so fast. Memorial Day racing, we do have next Monday, May 26th here with an early post of noon. We're going to have fun giveaways with me in the Winner's Circle food trucks, pit stop challenge, face painting, and we are going to have Indy Great Pyrenees Rescue, and I have 2 Great Pyrenees, so I'm going to stay far, far away from that place. And they'll be here with adoptable dogs. We are also going to have our very own senior leadership team here that are going to race in blow-up costumes for local charity. Trent McIntosh, who's our VP over in the casino, has...
Oh, here you go.
Yeah. Oh my gosh. Yeah. I took that footage.
This is going to be a Memorial
These
Day.
are all of our like directors and vice presidents of each. It's Jake from IT. The axolotl is Andrea. And that dog will actually be a cat, but she didn't get hers in. That's Lois. She's racing for the Great Pyrenees charity. And the fox is Anna, I believe, and she's for the Great Boys and... No, she's not Boys and Girls Club. Oh, she's not on here. Girls Inc. Yeah. That was fun.
Well, because Trent for the
The
boys.
Lobsters, Trent.
Is Trump going to be the Boys and Girls Club of Shelby County? Is that?
I think so.
Okay, yeah.
There we have it.
Oh, there's
And
the
the
lineup for
unicorn
Monday.
for Casa, Liz, and yeah, I think that's it.
And
Cal's James Baker, Helping Hands for Freedom. We love Helping Hands for Freedom. That's for veterans. Boys and Girls Club, Trent. He's a crawfish or a lobster or whatever, which is hilarious because everyone else, their legs are free. His go down, don't start. So he has to like pick up his costume to
he's a
run.
horse racer, so it's a handicap. That,
Yeah.
you know.
Eric and I were like, when we were down there shooting that little video, he said, I don't think we can let them run as far as we let the jockeys run in their T-Rex costumes, so we'll see how it goes. But come on out for really fun. They're 50 yards in their blow-off outfits, and we're going to donate $3,000 to the first place winner. Second is $2,000, and third is $1,000 for our charity. So we're very happy to be raising money for all of those great causes.
And Rachel mentioned the Indy Great Pyrenees Rescue. If one of those charities is close to your heart, there'll be donation boxes there. And in fact, the one group that receives the most donations, we're going to $250 added on to that. So.
Yeah, when we were talking about it, Tammy and I used to do this at Hoosier Park back in the day. She invented it, but we used to have boxes for each driver and their charities, and whoever had the most at the end won. So
cool.
that way we can just get a little bit more donations, even though we're donating a large sum. Every little bit counts, and all of the charities are amazing, I think. Don't let me take home a Great Pyrenees.
I'll keep
next
an eye on it.
Saturday.
Back in 2025, the $1 Horseshoe Hat Trick All Turf Pick 3 on races 5, 7, and 8 today. Again, the course, we're going to say the Caesars course, rated good, rail set at 36 feet. That just helps me by saying the Caesars course. Keeps me blinkers on.
Hey, do whatever you got to do to help you out, man. I'm with you.
Big sponsors. Did you want to talk more about the All Turf Pick 3? Or?
Nah. We can go over it later. I'm doing those races anyways. But it does start in race 5.
Yeah.
Just so you guys know, it's
real
5,
quick,
7, and 8 very quickly. And it's a tough sequence. I'm going to tell you guys right now. I'll tell you that for free. Maiden claiming 12-5. I watch a lot of Bluey with my kids, and Bluey always says that. I'll tell you that for free. The 10, just happy to be here. I think this leg was my toughest leg. I think there's a lot of options in this 3-year-old and up Indiana bred allowance. Oh, sorry, no, that's race 6. I'm talking about race 7. It's 5, 7, and 8. The allowance optional claimer on the turf, I think, is just wide open. I spread in that leg. The AEs are out. A couple of horses are, but still a 10-horse field. And then a maiden 5/8 on the main, and that's another one that I think is just wide open, going to be a full field. So a very tough sequence. I just kept it to the ones I really liked. It's a $20 play. It's on my tip sheet, and we'll talk about it a little later. But do want to just remind everybody, we didn't have it before because of the weather. It's back today. We only debuting it like a week or two later.
Well, it would have been, by the way, because it was Caesar's Day, and after, by the way, thanks to our horse players and all the fans that joined us here despite being off the turf last week. We had a tremendous Caesar's Day. How about that second race today? I mean, we have no official premier races on today's card to start off the race week here.
Yeah.
Federal Judge, first run since the Breeders' Cup. You've got Florent Giroux and Brad Cox. That's in the second race to start off the $1 early pick 4 today. So really nice, salty group in that second race.
Do you want to know what Ricky said? I said, give me a good quote, and he sure did. He said he shipped up this weekend and settled in nicely. And this is my favorite part. Glowing from tip to tail. Love it. Good job, Ricky.
How's it go? I'll tell you that.
I'll tell you that for free.
Big sponsors here this year in 2025. Back is Brown Foreman, Breed Development, also Murphy Trailer Sales. Cheers to them. Our great Winner's Circle sponsor yet again here at the Shoe. Terrific customer service and loyalty since 1984. That was a whole different. We got, speaking about that Journey tribute band, Escape, that'll be performing here as part of that
it was,
summer concert
fun fact,
series.
that was the name of one of their albums,
80s.
and they spelled it that way.
The 80s were great. What a great decade for music. 765-361-8803 if you'd like to reach out to them. And also our tote board and starting gate sponsor, B&H Electric, with locations throughout the Hoosier State, including here in town. You can find them on the web at www.bh-electric.com. And new with us here in 2025, Hubler Ford, Indiana's giant Hubler Ford, locations at Shelbyville and Franklin. You can contact them on the web. You can find them and their great stock of Ford trucks and more at drivehubler.com. Social media wise, by the way, before we let you go, we've got you covered from A to Z, all things social media. You can reach out to me on X at John G. Dooley. Martha Clausen will be along later today around the 6 o'clock hour to talk about that final quarter horse maiden juvenile dash to close us out here for the start of a new week. There's Martha's handle on X, Racing Rachel, on X and also on Instagram at Racing Rachel M. And Brian Aragoni apparently still basking in the spotlight of picking all 3 quarter horse winners last Thursday. Those trials for the Harley Green Derby to wrap up last week. We'll see what B has up his sleeve insofar as the 50-cent early pick 5 goes today to start off a new race week here at Horseshoe Indianapolis. A sun poking through the clouds. We've got a nice one on tap for you today. The return of the $1 Horseshoe Hat Trick All Turf Pick 3 on races 5, 7, and 8. Main track fast. Turf course rated good, turf rail at 36 feet. Until next time, stay tuned. Quick commercial break. Then back with Brian Aragoni for Racing Rachel. Track announcer John G. Dooley saying, I'll tell you that.
I'll tell you that for free.
There you go.
So there's 4 of you?
Tequila Herradura. Extraordinary awaits.
Look around. Spring is here. And no matter what you're planning or planting, it's nice to know Hubler Ford's got you covered for 200,000 miles. During Hubler's Spring Forward event, save big on a new Ford. You pay what we pay. Ford employee pricing for everyone. So spring forward, knowing Hubler's got you covered for 200,000 miles.
DriveHubler.com.
Welcome back to a Monday of Wire to Wire here at Horseshoe Indianapolis, where we're on a fast main track. And turf course good, and the rail setting at 36 feet as we are just about 22 minutes away from first post here on a Monday, where we'll be on the main track through the first 4 races, and then we'll be on that turf course races 5, 7, and 8. That all turf pick 3 does kick off in race 5. It was a huge hit last year, and it was a pretty big hit this week or last week when we debuted it again for 2025. 5.5 furlongs the distance, no scratches, no changes in the opener. And I found this race to be a little bit of a challenge, or in fact, this entire pick 5 to be a little bit of a challenge. Not because I think it's going to be filled with 50 to 1s. That's not the case. However, we're going to have a 1 to 5 shot in race number 3. Going to be probably 1 to 9, last seen in the Breeders' Cup. You heard John and Rachel talking about it. So take that with a grain of salt when you review the other races in the pick 5 in here, knowing that there's a 1 to 9. So it's going to be a little bit of a challenge to possibly create some value in those other races. So how are we going to do it? Well, we're going to try and beat the perennial A and B horses in the opener. Don't miss out at 8-5 and Hot Middles. Now, Hot Middles has been impressive. In fact, never run off the board and dominated last time out at going 7.5 furlongs. However, the lightly raced filly, the waters get deeper in here. Second start off the layoff, Hannah Leahy, Tiana Richardville looking to win 2 in a row. And there's really nothing wrong on paper other than 5-2 isn't creating much value. Either is Don't Miss Out, another horse who showed a ton of speed, lost to a classy one in Little Gin and Class, who had shipped in and finally got away from Saffie Joseph. Don't Miss Out, though, had really no excuses to not win that race. Little Gin and Class was all in at the 3/8. Don't Miss Out was battling on the front end and just could not see it through. That was on the slop. We're on a fast main track today. Maybe things will go different. However, I think there's some upside in here. How about a horse like Beach Dancer? This 4-year-old filly makes career start number 6 today, looking for win number 3. She was dominant last time out. She broke sharp. She cleared off on the front end, and when she was headed, she repelled and galloped out great. I was impressed with Beach Dancer. I think she could jump up today and surprise many in here. Watcher, a horse who should get a great trip. Randy Klopp has been red hot again. Signature Day could be any type. Looks like a lot of speed in here, maybe small on numbers, but a lot of early speed, and Signature Day should be more fit today. Hadn't been seen since last year, last time out, willing to draw a line through that race. Sammy Bermudez stays aboard for Tony Granitz, and I think Signature Day will continue to get more fit with each and every start. And then First Elkton, a horse whose biggest number wins this race, 75, just 2 back in the slop. Won by 5 lengths that day at 4-1 and beat a good horse and Gonna Be. I think First Elkton could jump up and surprise. So we're going to go 1, 2, 3, and 4. Nothing against the 6 and the 7, just knowing that we have a 1-9 shot in the middle of this pick 5. We're going to try and create some value in the opener. And then we go on to the $1 pick 4, beginning in race number 2. $5,000 maidens, all looking for their first victory. 6 furlongs. Going to be the distance, and again, going to try and beat favorites. Miss McKenna at 2-1 for Peter Miller. I haven't seen Peter Miller ship all that many in Horseshoe Indianapolis. This horse has switched hands and gone down the class ladder, debuted at maiden special weight over at Churchill, went to the West Coast, ran maiden special weight and didn't run a step, and then over at Oaklawn Park, and now finally finds the $5,000 claimers in here. I think that's a beatable favorite. Also, free passage, the 3-year-old filly has seen the back of a trailer quite often here recently. She's making her 4th start since we opened up. April 16th. She ran April 16th here in Indianapolis. She went over to Santa Rosa for a turf race, and then she came back to Horseshoe Indianapolis May 8th, and is now back on 11 days rest. I think free passage is beatable, as is Miss McKenna. 2, 5, and 7 as potentially getting some separation to kick off that $1 pick 4 in race number 2. Race number 3, optional $62,000 in here. Scratch the 650 somewhere, and I am unwilling to bet against Federal Judge. Now, if you're looking to create a bundle of cash and bring home a ton of money, play against Federal Judge. I'm just unwilling to do so. I'm going to shape my other races knowing that Federal Judge is going to be my single, looking to push those earnings over $500,000. Ran very well in the Breeders' Cup Sprint to show enough speed to beat that group and be quicker than horses like Bernatorno or Tornado, and then Straight No Chaser as well. Those are some incredibly the best sprinters in the country. That's why it's in the Breeders' Cup. Federal Judge 2-5. The workouts have looked solid. I think lays over this field on paper. However, the race will be settled right around 3:12 Eastern time. A single for me in the 3rd. Race number 4, we kick off that late fire 5 that everyone's talking about around the country. No scratches, no changes in here. I thought this race was maybe a little bit challenging. The only horse I might be worried about is Renor, a horse who didn't look all that great in the workouts, but is a half to National Treasure, who made $5.5 million. If I was going to add a horse, I'd probably add the 1 horse. However, I think I should have this one covered with Parking Lot Pours. Who doesn't love those? Calamity and Miss Authentic. Calamity's the horse to beat in here, but Miss Authentic and Parking Lot Pours could be the value of the race in the 4th, kicking off that late fire 5. Race number 5, we'll step on that turf course for the first time of the day. Hopefully we'll be on that turf all week long here at Horseshoe Indianapolis. A good turf course at that. Scratch 9, 11, 12, 13, 15, and 16. And I'm going to go 4, 6, 7, and 14 Again, another stand against the favorite. Mischief Lily for Bob Dobbs. He's got one win in 2025. Mischief Lily is 0 for 22 so far. She lays over this field on paper from a numbers perspective. However, she is 0 for 22, and she's going to be 4 to 5. For me, that is no mas. I do not want that on a Monday, a Tuesday, a Wednesday, a Thursday, or any day that ends with Y. If you are going to be 3 to 5 and 0 for 22, I am certainly bound to play against you, regardless of what the numbers say. If the 0 for 22 5-year-old mare Mischief Lily wins, I will welcome her to the winner's circle personally and welcome her to non-winners of 2. Because she does look like the winner in here. She looks like the best horse, the most likely winner, potentially the most likely winner on the card, other than your Breeders' Cup horse in race number 3, Mischief Lily. Strictly the horse to beat. Do not mince words. Mischief Lily is the horse to beat, but for me, a horse to play against. So I will go 4, 6, 7, and 14. Do note Big Earn drawing in Keith Asmussen and Steve Asmussen, a 4-year-old filly by Warriors Reward. Tries the turf for the first time. Her best career race, and it wasn't even close, was on the synthetic. I think she could improve a lot on the turf. She'll go long. She showed a closing kick on the synthetic. I think she'll have it again today, and that horse is interesting. But John G. Dooley, a minute late, is better than never, and he will take you through today's scratches and changes as we are just about 15 minutes away from the opener on a Monday here at Horseshoe Indianapolis.
Well, good afternoon from Horseshoe Indianapolis. Hello now from the broadcast booth. Great to have you with us today. Track announcer John G. Dooley. 9 races on tap. Partly cloudy skies, mid-70s here in town. Main track is fast, and the turf course rated good. Turf rail set at 36 feet to start off the race week. If you have your programs close by, let's take a look at the changes and corrections on today's racing program. Opening fillies mare sprint starts the 50-cent early pick 5 off. No changes in the 210. No changes in the sprint opener. Race 2 starts the $1 early pick 4 in the maiden sprint. Second race, no scratches. Couple of jockey changes to La Lily. The jockey will be Joe Ramos. Joe Ramos on 2 La Lily. Number 4, Vivi's in front. A change of rider to Alex Ajard. Will partner the 10 race maiden. Alex Ajard on 4, Vivi's in front. On to the third race we go. Sprint feature. Scratch number 6, 5-0 somewhere. With that scratch, no superfecta wagering. No superfecta. Scratch number 6, 5-0 somewhere from the 312. Following race 3, the fourth race of our 9 today, starts the 50-cent late pick 5. In the maiden, no scratches. Number 1, Renoir. A change of jockey to Luan Machado. The Axeman, Luan Machado on 1, Renoir. Race 5 on the turf course rated good. This starts the $1 horseshoe hat trick all turf pick 3. Note that wager featured on the 5th. In the maiden turf, scratch number 9, Seashell Sally Sells. The 11, Tectonic. Take out the 12, Night Cry. 13, Ranch Life. 15, Temple City Magic. And scratch number 16, Smooth Marriage. Note the 14, Big Earn, draws in. Big Earn, the number 14, will run. Scratch for the maiden turf, the 9, 11, 12, 13, 15, and number 16. Here the start of the $1 horseshoe hat trick. All turf, pick 3. Race 6 sprint. Number 7, Max Nix has been scratched. And also, another late scratch just into me, the 2 Woodaz. Scratch 2, Woodaz, and the 7, Max Nix. To the 7th race we go. 1 of 3 on the turf course. Here in the turf mile, scratch 2, Gano. 4, Pilkington. Scratch 13, I'll also take out 11, Bold Discovery. 13, Archie the Giza. 14, Agent Creed. Scratch 15, Wolfie's Dynaghost. And the 16, Finster. Let's all review. Scratch the 2, 4, 11, 13, 14, and 15, 16, all withdrawn. from the turf mile. Race 8, maiden turf sprint, and this is the last leg of the all-turf pick 3 starting on the 5th. Here's scratch 1, Ms. Candy, 3 Extreme Dream, the 14, Sariette, 15 Nola Louise, and the 16 Ume. 13 Mom's Palace draws in. Mom's Palace, the 13 will run. Scratch 1, 3, 14, 15, and the number 16. Ninth race, closing the card here with a quarter horse maiden juvenile dash over the 250. From this scramble, scratch 2, Roses After Midnight, 12 Apolitical Bill, and 13 Afterburner Z. Note number 11, Last Famous Eagle draws in for Shauna Martin and will break from vacated post position number 10. Number 11, Last Famous Eagle draws in and will break from post position number 10, Last Famous Eagle. Scratch 10, 12, and 13. No rider changes. A couple of overweights. For Jess Sinful, plus 5 pounds. 8-1 Grand Eagle, 7 over. So there a look at the changes and corrections on today's racing program, with 9 to start off the race week here in the Hoosier State. Partly cloudy, mid-70s. Main track fast. The $1 Horseshoe Hat-Trick All-Turf Pick 3. Races 5, 7, 8. And the course rated good, rail at 36 feet. We'll have the Fillies Mares Sprint Opener due off in 9 minutes' time. Make it a great day with us here at Horseshoe Indianapolis. horses called postward now for the first of the day. Starting the card with a Fillies mare sprint at 5.5 furlongs, a field of 7. No changes here at the top of a 9-race card. Here all 7 run. Main track fast, turf course rated good. Turf rail set at 36 feet to start the week. Race 1 with exacta, trifecta, superfecta. Double pick 3 and start here the 50-cent early pick 5. 2 minutes to post time. 2 minutes. We're less than 1 minute away from post time. Phillies mare sprint starts the 50-cent early pick 5. Less than 1 minute. The horses are approaching the starting gate. The horses have reached the starting gate. It is now post time. They're going in. Oscar Villarreal with Beach Dancer. Josh Morales, First Elkton, has joined Beach Dancer. Saber Bermudez with Signature Day. Santos Sanjor with Chelsea's Strength Went It Well. Manny Esquivel with Don't Miss Out to post 6. Here, all 7 run. Phillies Mares Sprint at the top of the card. Luis Contreras with Watcher. At 5.5 furlongs. One more. Hannah Leahy with Hot Middles. On her 3-year-old seasonal bow here. Up comes Hot Middles. Main track fast to start the week here in the Hoosier State. Here comes the first. They're in the gate. Away and running out Horseshoe Indianapolis. Hot Middles sharply away. Beach Dancer in the green cap with an early bid. Don't Miss Out, and they're engaged toward the inside by First Elkton, who's moving through toward the inside as they go past the half-mile pole. First Elkton making her 5-year-old seasonal bow. She's just ahead of Beach Dancer, who's taking a step or 2 backwards, as on the outside, Don't Miss Out with her bid at the 3.5. Watchers running in 4th. After breaking sharp, Hot Middles on the outside. Then farther back as they round the far turn is Signature Day and beaten for pace. Chelsea Strength trails here in the Monday opener. The quarter 22.24 seconds. Don't Miss Out as Hot Middles is gearing up now for Hannah Leahy. And here's Hot Middles coming with a sweep around Don't Miss Out, and Watcher on the far outside now launching a bid as these Phillies mares turn for home. First Elkton showed speed but has dropped back. Beach Dancers also packed it in with 1 furlong to go. It's Hot Middles. Hot Middles leads Don't Miss Out by 2. Coming past the 16th with Watcher back in 3rd, well clear. It's Hot Middles. Hot Middles for Hannah Leahy. Hot Middles repeats at the meet. Won by 5.5 from Don't Miss Out. Watcher 3rd and 4th close. Beach Dancer a nose with Signature Day. .103.42 after the Phillies Mares Sprint. 103.42. 7, 6, 3 third. 4th is a photo. 4th up to the judges. Hold all tickets until official. 7 Hot Middles. 3 to 5 the first favorite first. 6 Don't Miss Out. 5 to 2 the runner-up. 3 Watcher at 9 to 1 third. And 4th photo for the Superfecta. 4th place here on the bob. Beach Dancer was Signature Day. Stand by for the judges' confirmation, and the 4 Beach Dancer was 4th. Gets into the frame. 7, 6, 3, 4 here at the top of the card. Hold on until official. And the Murphy Trailer Sales winner circle again this meet. The 7 Hot Middles with Hannah Leahy. Hot Middles is a 3-year-old chestnut filly by Klimt. Out of Pretty Miss Trippy by Trippy, bred here in the Hoosier State. For trainer and owner and breeder Tiana Richardville's Thirsty Acres Racing LLC. Horseshoe Indianapolis congratulates the winning connections. Hot Middles repeats at the meet. 7-6 Exacta paid $7.60. 50-cent trifecta, 763, $6.60. With Beach Dancer back in 4th on the bob, the 10-cent superfecta, 7634, paid $2.92. And the Phillies Mares Dash, favorite first, all 7 ran. Fast track 103.42 to kick us off today. 22 minutes away from race 2. In the maiden sprint, no scratches. A couple of jockey changes in the next one. 2 La Lily will be ridden by Joe Ramos. Joe Ramos will partner the 8 race mate in the 2 La Lily. The 4 Vivi's in front make the jockey Alex Achard. Will ride a 10 race maiden. Alex Achard on 4. Vivi's in front, all 8 run. Exacta, trifecta, superfecta. The maiden sprint starts another rolling double, pick 3 and the $1 early pick 4. 241 post time in all cases. If you can, please do try to make your Horseshoe Indianapolis selections and wagers today early. Thank you. Coming up in just a moment, our first race replay of the Phillies Mare Sprint. Hope you had a bet on Hot Middles. Running out Horseshoe Indianapolis, Hot Middles sharply away. Beach Dancer in the green cap with an early bid. Don't miss out, and they're engaged toward the inside by First Elkton, who's moving through toward the inside as they go past the half-mile pole. First Elkton making her 5-year-old seasonal bow. She's just ahead of Beach Dancer, who's taking a step or 2 backwards, as on the outside, Don't Miss Out with her bid at the 3.5. Watchers running in 4th. After breaking sharp, Hot Middles on the outside. Then farther back as they round the far turn is Signature Day and Beaten for Pace. Chelsea Strength trails here in the Monday opener. The quarter 22.24 seconds. Don't miss out as Hot Middles is gearing up now for Hannah Leahy. And here's Hot Middles coming with a sweep around Don't Miss Out, and Watcher on the far outside now launching a bid as these Phillies mares turn for home. First Elkton showed speed but has dropped back. Beach Dancers also packed it in with 1 furlong to go. It's Hot Middles. Hot Middles leads Don't Miss Out by 2. Coming past the 16th with Watcher back in 3rd, well clear. It's Hot Middles. Hot Middles for Hannah Leahy. Hot Middles repeats at the meet. Won by 5.5 from Don't Miss Out. Watcher 3rd and 4th close. Beach Dancer a nose with Signature Day.
When it comes to horse racing, you can never have too much information. With Twin Spires, you can place your bets with confidence. Whether you use handicapping insights like our Brisnet speed ratings, prime power and past performances, the guidance of our experts' top picks, or just choose a name that catches your eye. Yes! No matter how you pick your horse, bet with Twin Spires. And now you can race to victory with Twin Spires tournaments.
At the Thoroughbred Aftercare Alliance, we believe in giving every thoroughbred a second chance.
And thanks to you, the owners, trainers, breeders, and every supporter,
You've created a ripple effect of change that's helping these magnificent animals move on to new careers and safe, fulfilling lives after racing.
Every single donation, whether big or small, is contributing to a brighter future.
But this race is just beginning. Because of you, we have gained incredible momentum and we're ready for more.
Stepping onto the track now for the second race. This maiden filly sprint over the 6 furlongs, a field of 8. No scratches all 8 run, a couple of jockey changes. Here's 2 La Lily with Joe Ramos. Joe Ramos rides the 2 La Lily. 4 Vivi's in front, make the jockey there Alex Achard. Partners the 10 race maiden, Alex Achard on 4, Vivi's in front. Exacta, trifecta, superfecta, double pick 3 starts with a $1 early pick 4. Main track fast, turf course good, rental of 36 feet for those turf races. 5, 7, and 8, turf good. Less than 5 minutes to post. Two minutes to post. 2 minutes. We're less than 1 minute away from post time. Maiden filly sprint starts the $1 early pick 4. Less than 1 minute. The horses are approaching the starting gate. The horses have reached the starting gate. It is now post time. Loading in front of starter Rank Kuick, Carlos Barbosa with Miss McKenna, Fernando Vera Cruz, Brouhaha join Miss McKenna, Joseph Romero with Stage Right, Joe Ramos with La Lily. Loading up for this maiden fillies sprint. Now Marcelino Pedroza Jr. with Free Passage. Even money on Free Passage. Went in okay. Santo Sanjor, Anything for Love. His third here on debut. Alex Achard with Vivi's in front. Stand by, one more. Samir Bermudez and 6 times started. Copper Chrome. Seconds of the day from Horseshoe Indianapolis. They're in the gate. And they're off. La Lily for the lead with Free Passage, who pursues. On the outside is Brouhaha and the Pink Silks with an early bid. So here's Brouhaha up and after the lead, along with La Lily, and Free Passage is right there with those two, making this dash toward the half-mile pole with Joe Ramos. La Lily is the overall leader. Then toward the inside is Miss McKenna through into 4th. Vivi's in front, running in 5th. On the outside, Anything for Love in the green cap. Then farther back to Stage Right and Copper Chrome trails the maiden filly sprint. The quarter 22.48 seconds. They have 3 furlongs left. It's La Lily as Brouhaha's right there on the outside for Fernando Vera Cruz. 1-2 coming toward the quarter pole. And Marcelino Pedroza Jr. and Free Passage is on the prowl. Free Passage looking to pick up these leaders. La Lily spins them in. Copper Chrome is a wide 4th. Vivi's in front. Anything for Love. Miss McKenna and Stage Right into the stretch. Half mile. 46.27 seconds. Here's Free Passage. And Free Passage has taken the lead past the 8th pole. It's Free Passage in front. Is now kicking away from La Lily. Copper Chrome, then Brouhaha. They're close to home with Marcelino Pedroza Jr. Free Passage. Free Passage has scored the winning run by 2.5 from La Lily. Copper Chrome 3rd. Brouhaha back in 4th. One 12.70 seconds after the maiden filly sprint. 112.70. 3-2-8-5. 3 Free Passage. 2-1 first. The 2 La Lily. 3-1 the runner-up. 8 Copper Chrome, making her 7th lifetime run at 29-1 odds 3rd in the maiden, and 5 Brouhaha at 3-1 4th. 3-2-8-5. Hold all until official. Valley Minister filly here. This was her 8th career start on Free Passage. Marcelino Pedroza Jr. for Clamaco Galindo Torres. 2-1 favorite obliges. Stepping into the Murphy Trailer Sales Winner's Circle, the 3 Free Passage with Marcelino Pedrosa Jr. Race 2 official Free Passage is a 3-year-old. Dark Bear Brown filly by Valiant Minister out of Lucky Path by El Corredor. One was bred in Kentucky, trained by Clamaco Galindo Torres for winning breeders and owners. Westbrook Stables LLC of Angela and Todd Lewis and Joshua Galindo. Horseshoe Indianapolis congratulates the winning connections of Free Passage. Results and prices after the maiden filly sprint. 3-2 exacta, paid $22 even. 50-cent trifecta, 3-2-8, $80.50. Favorite sweep, our first double of the day of the race week. 7-3 double, hot middles to Free Passage. Favorites both. 11.40 with Brouhaha fourth. The 10-cent superfecta, 3-2-8-5, paid $90.04. And the maiden favorite, first. All 8 ran. 112.70 after the running of race 2. Featured sprint next, 20 minutes away from the third. Scratch 650 somewhere. No superfecta wagering. No superfecta, scratch 650 somewhere. Sprint feature with exacta trifecta. Double pick 3. 310. Post time. There was a claim from the second race maiden filly sprint. 3 Free Passage for $5,000 was claimed. The winner for $5,000 claimed by Queen of Spades Racing LLC. Trainer Chaz Recchi claimed Free Passage. Won the maiden filly sprint. Here's the race rewind. La Lily is the overall leader. Then toward the inside is Miss McKenna through into 4th. Vivi's in front, running in 5th. On the outside, Anything for Love in the green cap. Then farther back to Stage Right and Copper Chrome trails the maiden filly sprint. The quarter 22.48 seconds. They have 3 furlongs left. It's La Lily as Brouhaha's right there on the outside for Fernando de la Cruz. 1-2 coming toward the quarter pole. And Marcelino Pedrosa Jr. and Free Passage is on the prowl. Free Passage looking to pick up these leaders. La Lily spins them in. Copper Chrome is a wide 4th. Vivi's in front. Anything for Love. Miss McKenna and Stage Right. Into the stretch, half mile. 46.27 seconds. Here's Free Passage. And Free Passage has taken the lead past the 8th pole. It's Free Passage in front. Is now kicking away from La Lily. Copper Chrome, then Brouhaha. They're close to home with Marcelino Pedrosa Jr. Free Passage. Free Passage has scored the winning run by 2.5 from La Lily. Copper Chrome 3rd. Brouhaha back and forth. And they're off.
9 minutes away from the upcoming third race, just before we kick off that late fire 5 and Itoba pick 4, rolling pick 3s and daily doubles, whatever fits your fancy. But we've got some talent hopefully on display. Not very often do you get a Breeders' Cup Sprint horse here at Horseshoe Indianapolis, or a Woody Stevens horse that finished 4th as well. Federal Judge brings an impressive resume here to Horseshoe Indianapolis, and I would be remiss to not talk about what he has been able to accomplish so far in his racing career. 6 furlongs going to be the distance for this good-looking son of Army Mule, who a win today would push his earnings ever so closely to $500,000 with potentially 5 victories in 8 starts. However, that will not be decided until 9 minutes from now. But right now he's got 4 victories, 2 Beyer speed figures over 100, both up in New York at Saratoga, where he beat Accretive and Lightman, and then in the Grade 2 Phoenix at Keeneland, in which he quickly dismissed Nakatomi and Comedy Town. The Breeders' Cup ran well, showed good speed, 11-horse field, was able to get clear by half a length that day. Couldn't see it out through the finish line, but did run very well in a strung out field. And 5th place in a Grade 1 like the Breeders' Cup Sprint is no terrible result. Certainly ran great. Florent Giroux sees fit to bring his talents to Horseshoe Indianapolis for one mount today, and it'll actually be his first time. Even though Giroux and Cox team up all the time, he's never been aboard a Federal Judge except for today. We'll see if this 5-year-old's cranked and ready to go at first asking. It's been some time since he's been at these allowance and facing some tough graded stakes foes the last couple of months, and he hasn't been seen since that Breeders' Cup Sprint. So about 6 months off. We'll see if he's cranked and ready to go at first asking. But you're going to get overlays on everyone else. How about Money War, a horse who's been in good form, in fact, has never missed the board. Gonzalez sends this one out. Santos Sanger. Turf is his best game. However, on the dirt, he's a perfect 1-for-1. That was in the mud. A fast main track is the unknown in here, but he does have something that Federal Judge does not have, and that is a win over this racetrack. That can always take you a long way, and he's also won well off of the layoff in the past. Money War on the board at 40-1. The 4 is probably the biggest threat. Latigo, Joe Ramos, and Randy Klopp. Randy Klopp's been red hot. He's been streaky, but he has been hot, and he's been winning races in bunches. He's currently our leading trainer. And Latigo, a horse for course who loves to win races. However, this Indiana bred finds a tough open company group in here. Joe Ramos, second start off the layoff. Hasn't been seen since opening day, but they lost a wicked photo finish behind Win Me Over. But Latigo certainly loves to win. We'll see if the Indiana bred can get the job done in here. But all the bettors are saying Federal Judge is the real deal. We'll see if it's fake news or not for the Breeders' Cup Sprint participant 6 minutes from now. Good luck.
Sprint feature of the day. Scratch 650 somewhere. No superfecta wagering. Scratch the 6. Exacted trifecta double pick 3. 12 soon. Less than 1 minute to post time for the sprint feature. Less than 1 minute. The horses are approaching the starting gate. The horses have reached the starting gate. It is now post time. Loading Florent Giroux with Federal Judge. 1-9 favorite. There's Federal Judge in the Windstar White. Now Fernando Cruz with Surly Furious coming up. Joins the hot favorite. Mollystown. Marcelino Pedroso Jr. riding for a double. Favorites Hot Metals and Free Passage, our first two sprint winners. Now Joe Ramos with Latigo. Like Mollystown, the Indiana breds in their midst. One more. Sando Sanjor with Money War. At 6 furlongs, it's the sprint feature. They're in the gate. And they're off. Money War bobbled. Latigo broke sharp. Nearest the inside, there's Federal Judge of the Windstar White, and Mollystown. And the red cap is right there, too. It's Federal Judge. So first run since the Breeders' Cup Sprint, and Federal Judge has taken the early lead from Latigo and Mollystown as the Indiana Breds pursue Federal Judge, making this dash past the half-mile pole. Money War in the orange cap, and Surly Furious trails the quintet with 30 wins between them and inside a half-mile to run. The opening quarter in 21.74 seconds. They round the far turn with the rail. Federal Judge is in front as Joe Ramos has Latigo right there with the big favorite coming toward the quarter pole. And Latigo now making this bid. It's Latigo, and Federal Judge tries to rally on toward the inside. Money War with Mollystown and Surly Furious is last. They're homeward bound, and it's the Indiana bred Latigo into the stretch. Half mile in 44.37 seconds with Joe Ramos, and Latigo is putting a margin on them. Latigo has raced away to a 9-length lead. Surly Furious is up into second. Mollystown, Money War, and Federal Judge is dead last. Latigo wins it by double digits. Surly Furious was the runner-up. Then Mollystown, Money War, and Federal Judge. $109.18 after the sprint feature. $109.18. 4, 2, 3. The 5 was fourth, and Federal Judge last of 5. With $156,839 in the show pool. 4, 2, 3. Latigo. Joe Ramos for Randy Klopp and Spee Stable. It's the Indiana bred for a 10th career win. There are the pool totals after the running of the sprint feature, the pool totals. There's Latigo. 3-1 second choice, 109.18 for the quick 6. Result official. Stepping into the Murphy Trailer Sales winner's circle, the 4 Latigo with Joe Ramos. Latigo is a 6-year-old chestnut gelding by Jimmy Creed. It is Steel Courage by El Corredor. Winner bred in Indiana by Deanne and Greg Baer. Racing for Roger Species, Spee Stable LLC, and Randy Klopp. Horseshoe Indianapolis congratulates the winning connections of the state bred, now 10-time winner. Latigo clocked 109.18 in the sprint feature. Forward to exacta, $58 even. The 50-cent trifecta, 4-2-3, $36.60. 3-4 double. Return 52.20. There was no superfecta. In the sprint feature, 6 was a non-runner. Favorite, 5th. 5 ran. 109.18. On to the 4th we go. And in the maiden, no scratches. 1 Renoir, the jockey Luan Machado. Luan Machado rides the 1 Renoir. Exacta, trifecta, superfecta. Double pick 3 starts at the 50-cent late pick 5. Post time in 21 minutes at 3:41. And they're off. Money War bobbled. Latigo broke sharp. Nearest the inside, there's Federal Judge of the Windstar White, and Mollystown. And the red cap is right there, too. It's Federal Judge. So first run since the Breeders' Cup Sprint, and Federal Judge has taken the early lead from Latigo and Mollystown as the Indiana Breds pursue Federal Judge, making this dash past the half-mile pole. Money War in the orange cap, and Surly Furious trails the quintet with 30 wins between them and inside a half-mile to run. The opening quarter in 21.74 seconds. Around the far turn with the rail. Federal Judge is in front as Joe Ramos has Latigo right there with the big favorite coming toward the quarter pole. And Latigo now making this bid. It's Latigo, and Federal Judge tries to rally on toward the inside. Money War with Mollystown and Surly Furious is last. They're homeward bound, and it's the Indiana bred Latigo into the stretch. Half mile in 44.37 seconds with Joe Ramos, and Latigo is putting a margin on them. Latigo has raced away to a 9-length lead. Serious Furious is up into second. Mollystown, Money War, and Federal Judge is dead last. Latigo wins it by double digits. Surly Furious was the runner-up. Then Mollystown, Money War.
Look around. Spring is here. And no matter what you're planning or planting, it's nice to know Hubler Ford's got you covered for 200,000 miles. During Hubler's Spring Forward event, save big on a new Ford. You pay what we pay. Ford employee pricing for everyone. So spring forward, knowing Hubler's got you covered for 200,000 miles.
DriveHubler.com.
horses call post right now for the 4th race. Here are the fillies made in 1 mile and 70 yards, a field of 7. Note the jockey there on 1, Renoir. Luan Machado rides 1, Renoir. Luan Machado. Exacta, trifecta, superfecta. Double pick 3 starts to the 50-cent late. Pick 5 here. Main track fast. Races 5, 7, and 8. The turf hat trick. Course here rated good, rail of 36 feet. 3 minutes to post time. 3 minutes. We're less than 1 minute away from post time. Maiden starts the 50-cent Elite Pick 5 today. Less than 1 minute. The horses are approaching the starting gate. The horses have reached the starting gate. It is now post time. Juan Machado with Renoir. Fernando de la Cruz. Melodious has joined Renoir. Jaime Torres with Disco Rules. Manny Esquivel, Brave Samantha. Air Horse 1 Drone View at 1 mile and 70 yards here for the maiden fillies. Now Marcelino Pedroso Jr. with Calamity. 6-5 favorite, Calamity. Couple in back, Adam Beschizza. 7-time started, Parking Lot Pours. One more, Declan Kennan with Miss Authentic. They're in the gate. They're off. Quick start for Calamity. Right there toward the inside is Brave Samantha, and there's Miss Authentic, who's up and after the front for Declan Kennan as they make their way into the first turn. It's Miss Authentic. So Miss Authentic, in a nifty early move, has taken the top as they round the first turn from Brave Samantha with Calamity, black and the gold chevrons, right there close up at the 6.5. And then comes Disco Rules, who's just gained 4th. Renoir with the rail. Parking Lot Pours, and Melodious has drifted back to be 7th and last. 23.44 for the first couple of furlongs, making their way up the back, and it's Miss Authentic who dictates the field. Calamity second on the outside. And then Brave Samantha holding her spot with the rail. Disc Rules is running in 4th. Nearest the inside, Renoir with Parking Lot Pours in the red cap and detached. Melodious remains last and now being ridden. As they enter the far turn, it's Miss Authentic. Clocked a half mile in 47.46 seconds for Declan Kennan, the front runner, Miss Authentic, who takes them to 3 furlongs out. As Disco Rules is making a bid now for Jaime Torres, and Calamity is put to pressure. Calamity is losing ground as they round the far turn, and then comes Brave Samantha running in 4th. It's a break of 6 more to Renoir with Parking Lot Pours, and Melodious never picked up. These maiden 3-year-old fillies have straightened away after 3 quarters in 1:11.57 seconds. Disco Rules. With Jaime Torres, the daughter of Constitution, Disco Rules inclined to lug in. Miss Authentic continues to fight hard. Disco Rules is kept to the mission here by Jaime Torres. Miss Authentic gamely toward the inside and is coming back. It's Disco Rules and Miss Authentic. Photo finish. Calamity back in third. Brave Samantha was fourth. Oh, very little in this. Disco Rules and a game Miss Authentic and a battle that's come down to a nose. Photo finish. 142.50 after the maiden. Win photograph. Hold all tickets. Five, 7, 6, 2. 5 Disco Rules. 5-1 first. A nose margin over 7 Miss Authentic. 2-1 Just Missed. 6 Calamity. 2-1 third and 2 Brave Samantha. 6-1 getting into the superfecta. Jaime Torres. Daughter Constitution. First run since Colonial. A 5-1 Disco Rules to start the late pick 5 from the shoe. Ladies and gentlemen, your attention please. There's been a jockey's claim of foul lodged at the top of the stretch. Jockey's claim of foul lodged by Declan Cannon on 7 Miss Authentic. Alleging interference by Jaime Torres on the unofficial winner at 5-1-5 Disco Rules. Top of the stretch. Please hold all tickets until official. This is a jockey's objection now under steward's review. No changes will be made to the running order after the jockey's objection. The rider of the 7 claim foul against the rider of the 5. It was disallowed. And the Murphy Trailer Sales winner circle the 5 Disco Rules with Jaime Torres. That's Jaime. Disco Rules is a 3-year-old bay filly by Constitution out of Disco Barbie by Pure Prize. Riley Mott trains for Diane Manning. Horseshoe Indianapolis congratulates the winning connections of Disco Rules. Takes out the maiden fillies. It's official. And no results and prices after the 4th race. Never alerted about a jockey change for the 7 Miss Authentic, but there it is. Jaime Torres for Riley Mott with the winner. We'll confirm any other jockey changes, should there be more here on the card. 5-7 exacta paid $53 even, 50-cent trifecta, 5-7-6, $31.35. 4-5 double, $139. Pick 3, $102.40. The 10-cent superfecta, $23.30. So in the 5th race, ahead scratch the 9 Seashell Sally Sells, 11 Tectonic, take out the 12 Night Cry, 13 Ranch Life, 15 Temple City Magic, and 16 Smooth Marriage. 14 Big Earn draws in. The 14 runs, scratch the 9, 11, 12, 13, 15, and number 16. No jockey changes that we are aware of now. Exacta, trifecta, superfecta, double, pick 3. Start of the $1 late pick 4 presented by iToba. Start to the $1 horseshoe hat trick all turf pick 3. Post time in 16 minutes of 4:12. They're off. Quick start for Calamity. Right there toward the inside is Brave Samantha, and there's Miss Authentic, who's up and after the front for Declan Cannon. As they make their way into the first turn, it's Miss Authentic. So Miss Authentic, in a nifty early move, has taken the top as they round the first turn from Brave Samantha with Calamity, black and the gold chevrons, right there close up at the 6.5. And then comes Disco Rules, who's just gained 4th. Renoir with the rail, Parking Lot Pours, and Melodious has drifted back to be 7th and last. 23.44 for the first couple of furlongs, making their way up the back, and it's Miss Authentic who dictates the field. Calamity second on the outside. And then Brave Samantha holding her spot with the rail. Disc Rules is running in 4th. Nearest the inside, Renoir with Parking Lot Pours in the red cap and detached. Melodious remains last and now being ridden. As they enter the far turn, it's Miss Authentic. Clocked a half mile in 47.46 seconds for Declan Cannon, the front runner, Miss Authentic, who takes them to 3 furlongs out. As Disco Rules is making a bid now for Jaime Torres, and Calamity is put to pressure. Calamity is losing ground as they round the far turn, and then comes Brave Samantha running in 4th. It's a break of 6 more to Renoir with Parking Lot Pours, and Melodious never picked up. These maiden 3-year-old fillies have straightened away after 3 quarters in 1:11.57 seconds. Disco Rules with Jaime Torres, the daughter of Constitution. Disco Rules inclined to lug in. Miss Authentic continues to fight hard. Disco Rules is kept to the mission here by Jaime Torres. Miss Authentic gamely toward the inside and is coming back. It's Disco Rules and Miss Authentic. Photo finish. Calamity back in 3rd. Brave Samantha was 4th. Oh, very little. Ladies and gentlemen, for information, please note in the 7th race, we do have a jockey change to announce in the 7th race. Always good to know. In the 7th race of the 10, King Curlin will be ridden by Gerardo Corrales. Announcing this jockey change for the first time in the 7th race, one of 3 today on the turf course. Race 7 to 10, King Curlin will be ridden by Gerardo Corrales. On 10, King Curlin. That jockey change just into us.
We are 7 minutes to the 5th race in a maiden claiming 12-5, 7.5 furlongs. We got some scratches, the 9, 11, 12, 13, 15, and 16. The 14 does draw in. I'm going to try to beat the 5 at 2-1 with the 4, 7-1. Love Your Hair. Rafael Mojica is aboard for David Ryder. This 3-year-old filly's making her 3rd lifetime start. She raced a couple times on the Poly at Turfway in February and in March. She was 2nd last time out, close in a main claim for 75, so she's technically moving up. But I like how close she was last out and her running style. Then I'm going to go to the favorite, Mischief Lily. Marcelino Pedrosa looking to make it a riding double today on the card. Rob Dobbs trains. This one going down really low, too. From main claiming 30, barn switch after Fairgrounds, couple of tries, and now is with Rob. Comes here to Indiana, has ran on the Indiana turf, a couple of seconds and a few thirds to her credit. Obviously, you can see there last year, she was pretty consistent, finishing in the money in maiden special weights, routing on the turf. So now she's back to down to maiden claiming for 12-5. She should find this group way easier. And then the 10, 16-1 is my long shot here. The drop down in class, Crowned with Grace, Louis Contreras aboard for Tiana Richardville. This is a 3-year-old filly. Tiana won the opener with Hot Middles. She's looking to make it a training double today on the card. We're just 6 minutes to race 5. This does kick off the $1 Horseshoe Hat Trick Turf Pick 3 on races 5, 7, and 8. My ticket will be up on the screen. It's a $20 play. Good luck.
The horses goalpost right now for the 5th race. It's made in distaff turf. 7.5 furlongs, course rated good, rail at 36 feet. Here's scratch 9, Seashell Sally Cells. The number 11, Tectonic. Take out 12 Night City, 13 Ranch Life, 15 Temple City Magic, and 16 Smooth Marriage. Scratch 9, 11, 12, 13, 15, and the number 16. No rider changes that we are aware. Exacta, trifecta, superfecta, double pick 3. Start to the $1 late pick 4 presented by iToba. Start to the $1 horseshoe hat trick all turf pick 3 today. Course good, 2 minutes. Less than 1 minute to post time. Less than 1 minute. The horses are approaching the starting gate. For the first time today, crossing over to the turf course. On final approach for the maiden. The horses have reached the starting gate. It is now post time. They're going in. James Graham with My Tulip Gal. Gerardo Corrales with Cedrado coming up. Sylvie Doyle with Joy Girl. Joy Girl joins. Orlando Mejica with Golden Cross. Chris Landeros with Red Rose Rockin'. Rafael Mojica Jr. partners Love Your Hair drew 4. Evan Roman with No Hard Feelings. Luis Contreras here's Crown with Grace. Mischief Lily at 4-5. Mischief Lily. Marcelino Pedroza Jr. with the win on the card. Mischief Lily. One more. Keith Asmussen with Big Earn. 7.5 furlong start to the Horseshoe Hat-Trick. All turf pick 3 this season. Course good. Rel 36 feet. Here comes the 5th. My Tulip Gal fractious in the gate. My Tulip Gal. So the other 9 in line. That was My Tulip Gal. Being backed out of the gate by Tulip Gal. Late scratch on 1, My Tulip Gal. By order of the stewards, upon recommendation of the track veterinarian at the gate, number 1, My Tulip Gal, has now been ordered scratched here for the maiden. All wagers on 1, My Tulip Gal refunds. There will be a 5 and 1 consolation double. 5-1 consolation double. Those using the 1, My Tulip Gal in a multi-race wager, you'll now receive the post-time favorite as your substitute in any multi-race wagers. Late scratch on 1, My Tulip Gal from the 5th race. Refunds on the 1. Reloading for the maiden. So now after the late scratch on 1 by Tulip Gal, Joy Girl first back in with Cedrato. Red Rose Rockin'. Golden Cross has moved back into the starting gate with Love Your Hair. Horse here good. Mischief Lily reloads. Now 2-5 on Mischief Lily. No Hard Feelings, joined by Crowned with Grace and one more. With Keith Asmussen back up comes Big Earn. Again, course good. Rail of 36 feet. Here on the starts of the week. Here comes the all-turf pick 3. They're in the game. They're off. Crowned with Grace was awkwardly away, drifts back to last. A fast start for Golden Cross toward the inside. Here comes No Hard Feelings, and here comes Big Earn, who's up and after the lead for Keith Asmussen as they bank into the first turn. It's Big Earn with toward the inside Golden Cross. No Hard Feelings secures third here in the early stages. Then toward the inside is Joy Girl saving ground. Mischief Lily in between horses, and Love Your Hair is posted wide as they go to the back of the course. Then comes Cedrato next. While racing 4 clear from Red Rose Rockin', who's running second to last. And after breaking very awkwardly, another cornfield away, Crowned with Grace's drop back to last. The opening quarter in 22.40 seconds, it's Big Earn. So Big Earn past the half-mile pole with a 7-length lead. Toward the inside is Golden Cross, who's just running in second, and joined on the outside by Mischief Lily, who's gaining now. There comes Joy Girl running in fourth. No Hard Feelings with Cedrato, Red Rose Rockin', Love Your Hair, and Crowned with Grace is a remote last. Half mile in 46.05 seconds. Big Earn coming toward the quarter pole. Here come bids by Mischief Lily, and right there is Golden Cross, who steadied back off of heels. Did Golden Cross got the shuffle, and Mischief Lily in the clear and to the lead. They straighten away. It's Mischief Lily with Marcelino Pedrosa Jr. Mischief Lily at 2-5, coming down toward the final furlong. Big Earn is trying to stay on. On the outside is Red Rose Rockin', Cedrato between horses, and Golden Cross has checked out of it. They're close to home. It's Mischief Lily. Here's Cedrato up the inside, and on the outside is Red Rose Rockin'. Red Rose Rockin' for Chris Lenderos. Red Rose Rockin' out to the maiden ranks from Cedrato. Then Mischief Lily with Golden Cross, Big Earn, and Love Your Hair was next, well clear. $131.59 after the maiden. $131.59. Photo inquiry. 2 points of inquiry for the stewards, concentrating on the start and 10 Crowned with Grace, and on the far turn run coming towards the top of the stretch. 2 points of inquiry for the stewards here after the maiden. The start and the run toward the top of the stretch. Photo inquiry. Hold all tickets. Unofficial 7653. Again, 2 points of inquiry into the maiden. Hold all until official. 7 Red Rose Rockin'. 10-1 first. 6 Cedrato. At 25-1 second. 5 Mischief Lily. At 2-5 third, and 3 Golden Cross at 42-1 fourth. Unofficial 7653. Chris Lenderos on the Monday scoreboard for Robert Medina. Rodeo Creek Racing. Third time was the charm for the Factor filly, Red Rose Rockin'. Your attention, please, after their review of the start. Again, 2 points of inquiry. Start and the run coming to the top of the stretch. After looking at the start, the stewards have declared the 10 Crowned with Grace a non-starter. After reviewing the start of the maiden, 10 Crown with Grace has been declared a non-starter. All wagers on 10 Crown with Grace, there'll be refunds to come. With regard to the second point of the inquiry, that's been withdrawn. So 7653, refunds due on the 10 Crown with Grace. The 10's been declared a non-starter. Stepping into the Murphy Trailer Sales winner's circle, the 7, Red Rose Rockin' with Chris Landeros. Red Rose Rockin' is a 3-year-old gray roan filly by the Factor out of Miss by Rose by Magician. Robert Medina trains for John Sipak's Rodeo Creek Racing LLC. Horseshoe Indianapolis congratulates the winning connections of Red Rose Rockin'. Again, bear in mind, for those that wagered on the 5th race maiden, the 10 Crown with Grace, after a review of the start by the stewards, has been declared a non-starter. 10 Crown with Grace, refunds on the 10, a non-starter. The result of the 5th race is now official. 7-6 exacta paid $366 even. The $1 early pick 4 paid $3,539.80. 50-cent early pick 5, 5 of 5 for $3,145.70. We had those late scratches, or a late scratch on 1 by Tulip Gal, and the 10 Crown with Grace was declared a non-starter. 5-7 double, $191.40. 5-1 consolation double, $14 even. With 10 Crown with Grace a non-starter, 5-10 consolation double, $14. 10-cent superfecta, 7653, $707.03. And the pick 3. The pick 3 on races 3, 4, and 5. Culminating here with the maiden turf. $457 was that pick 3, $349.95. 20 minutes away from race 6 in the sprint. Scratch 2 Woodaz and the 7 Mox Nichts. Scratch the 2 and 7 exacta trifecta superfecta. 10-cent pentafecta, double pick 3. Post time in 20 minutes at 4:50. They're in the gate. They're off. Crown with Grace was awkwardly away, drifts back to last. A fast start for Golden Cross toward the inside. Here comes No Hard Feelings, and here comes Big Earn, who's up and after the lead for Keith Asmussen as they bank into the first turn. It's Big Earn with toward the inside Golden Cross. No Hard Feelings secures third here in the early stages. Then toward the inside is Joy Girl saving ground. Mischief Lily in between horses, and Love Your Hair is posted wide as they go to the back of the course. Then comes Cedrato next, while racing four clear from Red Rose Rockin', who's running second to last. And after breaking very awkwardly, another cornfield away, Crown with Grace's drop back to last. The opening quarter in 22.40 seconds, it's Big Earn. So Big Earn passes the half-mile pole with a 7-length lead. Toward the inside is Golden Cross, who's just running in second, and joined on the outside by Mischief Lily, who's gaining now. There comes Joy Girl running in fourth. No Hard Feelings with Cedrato, Red Rose Rockin', Love Your Hair, and Crown with Grace is a remote last. Half mile in 46.05 seconds. Big Earn coming toward the quarter pole. Here come bids by Mischief Lily, and right there is Golden Cross, who steadied back off of heels. Did Golden Cross got the shuffle, and Mischief Lily in the clear and to the lead. They straighten away. It's Mischief Lily with Marcelino Pedrosa Jr. Mischief Lily at 2-5, coming down toward the final furlong. Big Earn is trying to stay on. On the outside is Red Rose Rockin', Cedrato between horses, and Golden Cross has checked out of it. They're close to home. It's Mischief Lily. Here's Cedrato up the inside, and on the outside is Red Rose Rockin'. Red Rose Rockin' for Chris Landeros. Red Rose Rockin' out to the maiden ranks from Cedrato. They're in the gate.
Your 1-5 favorite goes down, but does hit the board this time. I'm sure there's some jumpers that were unable to cash in on that 1-5 show bet because of our 1-5 earlier in the day that did miss the board. Back-to-back 1-5 horses go up in flames. Who says there can't be value on a Monday at Horseshoe Indianapolis? That spices up that late pick 4 and the Itoba pick 4 and the late pick 5 off to an excellent start with a couple of prices. We'll see if that trend continues because I don't think it gets any easier in the upcoming 6 race. State bred allowance competition, scratch number 2 and number 7. Woodaz is out of this race, and that's a huge scratch in here. So I'm going to scratch into Conference Calling, a horse for Tim Eggleston and Joe Ramos. Jockey-trainer combination that's winning at just 30%. Don't tell anybody because they're not often getting bet. Their ROI is well above $1 as well, winning at 30%. Second start off the layoff, I was very impressed with how this 3-year-old has matured from 2 to 3. Showed a ton of talent at 2, but really put it all together at 3. April 23rd, broke sharp, went right to the lead, was in hand in the top of the lane, and just continued on going in a great manner. At the top of the lane, you kind of knew this race was all but over. In that 3 lengths, you can look at it one of 2 ways. Was it diminishing? Maybe a tiny bit, but you never know. They were completely wrapped up for that final 1/8 of a mile. I think there's upside with Conference Calling, who's taking some love right now, 4-1 on the good-looking son of Air Force Blue. We'll see if the turf may be in the future for Conference Calling as well. Air Force Blue on the top. You got Yankee Gentleman on the bottom as well. Could be a horse who can handle multiple surfaces. We'll see how it plays out throughout this one's career. But the 6 is another one with plenty of upside. Jam and Justice does have experience, edge over much of this field. Once a $7,500 claimer and was not dismissed at the allowance level last time out. I thought this horse ran very well here, 9-1 on the board. We'll see if that one can get the job done. But Goldwyn, a horse off the layoff, could be any sort. The fresh horse oftentimes gets the best run, and Goldwyn is one thing. He is certainly fresh, and he is off the layoff, gets Lasix for the first time, the 5-pound weight apprentice, and he's got the shortest way around the track, breaking from the inside. A horse you certainly want to use on your trifectas and superfectas, with maybe the best betting race of the day coming at you next.
The horses stepping onto the track now for the 6th race. This state-bred sprint at 6 furlongs, a field of 10. Scratch the 2 Woodaz and the 7 Max Nix. Scratch the 2 and number 7. Exacta, trifecta, superfecta, 10-cent pentafecta, double pick 3. 3 minutes to post time. 3 minutes to the sprint. We're now less than 1 minute away from post time. Less than 1 minute. The horses are approaching the starting gate. The horses have reached the starting gate. It is now post time. They're going in. Oscar Villarreal with Goldwyn. Fernando de la Cruz, Stranger's Church is coming up. Santo Sanjo with El Michoacano. Mitchmaro with Tap, Tap, Tap It In. Loading here for the State Bred Sprint. Joseph Bielmer with Just Happy to Be Here. Alberto Burgos, Mike's Cyclone coming up to the gate. Evan Roman with Special Creed. Conference calling. Joe Ramos has a win on the card. Just a couple of them back. Rodney Prescott with Gem and Justice. One more. Luis Contreras with Illegal Contact. The feature. Latigo went in 109.18. They're in the gate. Robin sprinting, and Special Creed broke very sharply. It's Special Creed right there. Gem and Justice with an early battle for the lead. Sitting off them, tap, tap, tap it in. And here's Goldwyn now with an early burst of speed toward the inside to vie for the lead, making this run toward the half-mile pole. It's Special Creed and Goldwyn. They're now going head-to-head toward the far turn with Gem and Justice, tap, tap, tap it in, running a close fourth. Conference calling the green cap fan wide. Then to the inside of Stranger's Church as they enter the far turn. with on the front outside illegal contact. We come back to Just Happy to Be Here with El Michoacano and Wide Mike Cyclone Trails. The quarter 22.21 seconds. These leaders coming toward the quarter pole. Special Queen and Gem and Justice, and they take this confrontation to the top of the stretch. Here's Tap 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 It In, and Conference Calling circles up on the front outside. Illegal contact has the maroon cap. They're homeward bound to the half mile in 44.92 seconds. Tap 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 It In has forged ahead toward the inside. Trying to respond is Gem and Justice. Special Queen looking for a gap late. Conference Calling, and here's Just Happy to Be Here, who's mounting a charge for Joseph Bimmer, and Just Happy to Be Here has come past and is won by 3 from Tap 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 It In. El Michoacano third, and Conference Calling was fourth, and then a wave of them next. One 10.93 after the state bred sprint. 10.93.11. There, that photo for fifth for the Pentafecta. Multi-horse photo for fifth. And remaining spots after a sprint. 1:10.93. 10 Just Happy to Be Here. 4-1 first. 9 Tap 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 It In. 9-2 on the runner-up. 3 El Michoacano. 9-1 third. 11 Conference Calling. 4-1 getting into the Superfecta. Stand by for the fifth from the judges for the Pentafecta wager. Joseph Bimmer first to the meet here for Mike Lauer. It's 4-1 on Just Happy to Be Here. The judges have posted the 8 Strangers Church fifth for the Pentafecta. It's official. Ten Just Happy to Be Here. Joseph Bimmer for Mike Lauer, Falcon Racing Stable, and Penny Lauer. Just Happy to Be Here. Making a seasonal bow, 4-year-old Chestnut Gelling by Jimmy Creed. And a Whistling Gene by Pure Prize. Congratulating the winning connections of Just Happy to Be Here. Paid 4-1, 10-9 exacta, 58.60. The 50-cent trifecta, 10.93. With Strangers Church fifth. The 10-cent pentafecta, 10.93.11.8, paid $150.72. Exacta, 58.60. 50-cent trifecta, $72. 7-10 double, 73.60. The 10-cent superfecta, 10.93.11, paid $34.35. Conference Calling fourth. Stranger Church fifth. 110.93, race 7, 21 minutes away. Back to the turf. Second of 3 today on the course rated good. Scratch the 2 Gano, 4 Pilkington, 11 Bold Discovery, 13 Archie the Giza, 14 Ancient Creed, 15 Wolfie's Dynaghost, and 16 Finster. Scratch the 2, 4, 11, 13 through number 16 all have been scratched. 10 King Curlin, a jockey change to Gerardo Corrales. Gerardo Corrales on 10, King Curlin. Exacta trifecta, superfecta, 10 cent pentafecta, double pick 3, 522, post time. Robin sprinting, and Special Queen broke very sharply. It's Special Queen right there. Gem and Justice with an early battle for the lead. Sitting off them, tap, tap, tap it in. And here's Goldwyn now with an early burst of speed toward the inside to vie for the lead, making this run toward the half-mile pole. It's Special Queen and Goldwyn. They're now going head-to-head toward the far turn with Gem and Justice, tap, tap, tap it in, running a close fourth conference, calling the green cap fan wide. Then to the inside of Strangers Church as they enter the far turn. With on the front side, illegal contact. We come back to just happy to be here with El Michoacano and wide Mike Cyclone Trails. The quarter 22.21 seconds. These leaders coming toward the quarter pole. Special Queen and Gem and Justice. And they take this confrontation to the top of the stretch. Here's tap, tap, tap it in. And conference calling circles up on the front side. Illegal contact has the maroon cap. They're homeward bound to the half mile in 44.92 seconds. Tap, tap, tap it in. Has forged ahead toward the inside, trying to respond is Gem and Justice. Special Creed looking for a gap late. Conference calling, and here's Just Happy to Be Here, who's mounting a charge for Joseph Bimmer. And Just Happy to Be Here has come past and is won by 3 from Tap, Tap, Tap It In. El Michoacano third, and
welcome Joseph Bielmer back to the Horseshoe Indianapolis winner's circle. He's found his way off the rail and right into the winner's circle in race number 6. A warm welcome back to him after overcoming some injuries in the past. He is back and riding, and it's always good to see the Lowers bring home yet another winner. However, this is the first one that was not 30-1. They took some action in there, and they go last to first for an impressive victory in race number 6. We'll be on that turf course for the late daily double, the final 2 legs of that Horseshoe hat trick all turf pick 3, 10 minutes away. Scratch numbers 2, 4, 13, 14, 15, 16, and the 11 Bold Discovery. The 11 not on the original scratches. It's scratched out of this event. 1 mile going to be the distance, and I happen to fall into the favorite in here, Runaway Storm. The 5-year-old is lightly raced, only making start number 7. They've picked their spots very generously. Ethan West sees fit to bring this one over here to get the 5-year-old season started. It hasn't been seen since July of last year. Only one race last year, and it wasn't a bad one. So it certainly had some issues. I'm sure it wasn't expected or anticipated to only get one race in last year, but they did run very well. And when you have a race that off of a lengthy layoff like they were on last year, they come back on Indiana Derby Day in the $100,000 John B. Schuster Mile, and they got action too. Someone knew this horse was going to run very well. They got hammered late. They broke well, went right to the lead, cleared, and they were headed on the backside and just continued finding. Usually a horse on the front end that is headed on the backside and looking eye to eye with another horse, they have every right to wave the white flag, and Runaway Storm never did that. However, this will be the first time running without blinkers. That's somewhat interesting considering this horse debuted without blinkers and ran 4th from off the pace. So maybe the blinkers are the reason this horse had always been on the lead. Maybe a little bit of education has been ongoing in the morning because they were successful in closing from off the pace on debut, and that's not always the case with younger horses in their debut passing other runners, but Runaway Storm did just that. So maybe the blinkers would indicate if you're thinking Runaway Storm is just going to go to the lead, they might be having other plans. However, should be fresh today, and that freshness can oftentimes show good gate speed as well. 2-1, strictly the horse to beat, and in my opinion, the horse to bet as well. I think Runaway Storm is legitimate, but let me draw your eye to a long shot, or at least one I thought would be a long shot. Runaway Rojo, the Indiana bred, taking on Open Company in here, 5-1. But that 5-1 is fool's gold. The DRF projections, their algorithm has this horse going off as an overlay off of that 20-1 morning line. The projections would indicate right around 29-1 for Dallas Stewart's 3rd starter of the meet. Runaway Rojo for West Point Thoroughbreds. They have themselves a very nice Preakness weekend as well. The mare, she was 3 for 3 in the exacta on the turf, so I don't see why this horse can't handle the turf. Now, I know it's an Indiana bred facing open competition and going to the turf course for the first time, but the mare on Sherry, she was all turf by Stephen Got Even. Manny Esquivel sees fit to ride. You've got a veteran rider who doesn't ride junk. I'll just put it that way. Some guys ride to get their day rate, and Manny Esquivel, not one of those guys. 26%. This horse has my attention, and he comes in off of a very nice 4th place finish. In fact, a better than it looks 4th place finish in which he was trapped on the rail throughout and very well could have won at that race. I'm going to key in on the 3 and the 5, throw the 8 in underneath. If you're looking for another trifecta horse or superfecta, potentially Rambo approved, Vincent Chemino, and Ignacio Correa's 3 for 11, or the 8 Quadra Island. A couple of horses to key in on in that pentafecta or superfecta, but I'm looking to get Runaway Storm home a winner. Maybe the Indiana bred Runaway Rojo will put on a runaway display in here. We'll see how Dooley minces the words 5 minutes from race 7.
The horses coming onto the track now for the 7th race. Here in the Turf Mile, a field of 9. Scratch 2 Gano for Pilkington. 11 Bold Discovery, 13 Archie the Giza, 14 Agent Queen, 15 Wolfie's Dinah Ghost, and 16 Finster. 10 King Curlin, a jockey change to Gerardo Corrales on 10 King Curlin. Exacta Trifecta Superfecta, 10 cent Pentafecta wagering on the Turf Mile, double pick 3. Parading with 4 minutes to post time. 4 minutes now to the off. We're now less than 1 minute away from post time. Less than a minute to the turf. The horses are approaching the starting gate. The horses have reached the starting gate. It is now post time. Loading for the turf mile. Fernando de la Cruz with Franz Joseph first in. Vincent Chamonix with Rambo approved. Join Franz Joseph. Now Alex Ajard with Runaway Storm. 6-5 favorite Runaway Storm. Juan Machado with Quadra Island in. Adam Esquitza, Vote No. Manny Escobar with Runaway Rojo. Take Me to Church. Joe Ramos on the Monday scoreboard. A couple of them back for the turf mile. Gerardo Corrales with King Curlin coming up. One more, Ben Curtis with Verbal. Runaway Storm, even money favorite. They're in the game. And they're off. Off to an even start. Runaway Storm drifts back a bit toward the inside. Runaway Rojo sharply away with Franz Joseph the rail. Here's Take Me to Church, who's now going out to the early lead for Joe Ramos. Take Me to Church leads out to the stretch from Verbal, who follows closely. Runaway Rojo is running third. As they enter the first turn, Franz Joseph running in fourth. Then toward the inside, saving ground is Runaway Storm with the rail set at 36 feet as they go to the back of this good course. After it, Runaway Storm is Rambo approved next. From Vote No, it's 5 more lengths back to Quadra Island and King Curlin. The opening quarter in 22.62 seconds. Going up the back of the course, Take Me to Church. Take Me to Church dictates fields. In front here going past the half-mile pole. Take Me to Church in front of the field here from Verbal by 4. Break it 2 more, Runaway Rojo with Franz Joseph running third and fourth. Alex Achard, first run of 2025 for Runaway Storm, who's next in fifth. As they head to the far turn, Vote No is saving ground. Rambo approved Quadra Island and King Curlin. Half mile in 47.16 seconds. Take Me to Church continues to lead here. Leads by just over 2. Ben Curtis and Verbal being asked to pick up this leader now. Take Me to Church and Verbal as they come for home. Runaway Rojo in the black cap. Franz Joseph. Runaway Storm straightened away in fifth. Vote No sixth heads the rest. They straightened away after 3/4 in 1 minute 10.74 seconds. Take Me to Church. One more furlong to last. Here's Vote No, who's picking up now for Adam Beschizza. Vote No. Yes, taking a short lead now from Take Me to Church, who had no response for Vote No, who's pouring it on. Vote No won by 3.5 from Take Me to Church. Quadra Island third. Fourth photo. Franz Joseph with Verbal, then Runaway Storm, Runaway Rojo, King Curlin and Rambo approved among those next across the finish. Nine, 6, 8, and then a photo. Photo for fourth. Stewart's inquiry into the stretch run of the turf mile. 9, Vote No. 10 to 1 first. 6, Take Me to Church. 5-1 second, 8 Quadra Island. 5-1 third, fourth. There on the bob. Stand by for the fourth and fifth for the Pentafecta. Stewart's inquiry concerns the stretch run. Hold all tickets until official. Son of Divisadero, vote no. Out of Skitza for Kelsey Danner. At 10-1, vote no. The judges have posted 1 Franz Joseph at 20-1 fourth and 12 Verbal 5-1 fifth for the Pentafecta. 9-6, 8-1 12 inquiry stretch run. The steward's inquiry with regard to the stretch run has been withdrawn. No change in the order. 9-6, 8-1 12. Inquiry now withdrawn. Returning to the Murphy Trailer Sales Winner's Circle, the 9 vote no. With Adam Miskitza, vote no. 4-year-old Dark Bear Brown Gelding by Divisadero. An assist is ready by More Than Ready. Kelsey Danner trains for Crownsway Racing, NBS Stable, Kevin Marco and Eli Diamant. Horseshoe Indianapolis congratulates the winning connections at 10-1. Vote no. It's official. $9-6 exacta, paid $153.80, 50-cent trifecta, 9-6 eat, $152.30, 10-9 double, $148.20. 50-cent pick 3 on races 5, 6, and 7. 7 with the 10 with the 9, vote no. Pick 3, $255.65. With Franz Joseph 4th, the 10-cent superfecta, 9681, paid $290.57. And note a carryover. On to race 8 will go the 10-cent grand high 5. 8th race Pentafecta carryover will be $3,982. That rolls on to race 8. It's a maiden turf sprint. And scratch the 1 Ms. Candy, 3 Extreme Dream, the 14 Sariette, 15 Nola Louise, and 16 Ume. 13 Mom's Palace draws in. Mom's Palace, the 13 will run. Scratch the 1-3, 14, 15, and the 16. Exacta trifecta superfecta. Starts at the late double. And again in the 8th race, the 10-cent pentafecta carryover, $3,982. Post time at 21 minutes at 5:55. And they're off. Off to an even start. Runaway Storm drifts back a bit toward the inside. Runaway Rojo sharply away with Franz Joseph the rail. Here's Take Me to Church, who's now going out to the early lead for Joe Ramos. Take Me to Church leads out to the stretch from Verbal, who follows closely. Runaway Rojo is running third. As they enter the first turn, Franz Joseph running in fourth. Then toward the inside, saving ground is Runaway Storm with the rail set at 36 feet as they go to the back of this good course. After it, Runaway Storm is Rambo approved next from Vote No. It's 5 more lengths back to Quadra Island and King Curlin. The opening quarter in 22.62 seconds. Going up the back of the course, Take Me to Church. Take Me to Church dictates fields in front here going past the half-mile pole. Take Me to Church in front of the field here from Verbal by 4. Break it 2 more, Runaway Rojo with Franz Joseph running third and fourth. Alex Achard, first run of 2025 for Runaway Storm, who's next in fifth. As they head to the far turn, Vote No is saving ground. Rambo approved Quadra Island and King Curlin. Half mile in 47.16 seconds. Take Me to Church continues to lead here. Leads by just over 2. Ben Curtis and Verbal being asked to pick up this leader now. Take Me to Church and Verbal as they come for home. Runaway Rojo in the black cap. Franz Joseph. Runaway Storm straightened away in fifth. Vote No sixth heads the rest. They straightened away after 3/4 in 1 minute 10.74 seconds. Take Me to Church. 1 more furlong to last. Here's Vote No, who's picking up now for Adam Beschizza. Vote No. Yes, taking a short lead now from Take Me to Church, who had no response for Vote No, who's pouring it on. Vote No won by 3.5 from Take Me to Church. Quadra Island third. Fourth, Photo.
Massive will pays are there to be had. Best of luck if you're still alive in either the Pick 4 or the Pick 5. Some very, very generous payouts, and that will happen when multiple 1 to 5 horses do lose. Everyone wants to talk about when the odds go significantly down, but with 1 to 5s losing, some of those horses went significantly up when they got their victories. 8 minutes away from the 8th, we'll talk about that turf race again. 5 furlongs going to be the distance in here. Do scratch numbers 1, 3, 14, 15, and 16. And if you are still alive in the Late Fire 5 or the Itoba Pick 4, I'm hopeful you have the all button, because this race is no easy pickings. It doesn't get any easier here. Horses all trying to do something for the first time, many of them trying the turf for the first time. It's challenging to feel overly confident with 3-year-old fillies taking 5 furlongs on the turf here at Horseshoe Indianapolis, but I'm going to try Anne's Girl for West Point Thoroughbreds and Hall of Fame trainer Steve Asmussen. The Virginia bred drew $325,000 in the Keeneland September sale. So Keeneland grad trying the turf for the first time by champion and one of my personal favorites, Gun Runner. Could be any sort on the turf course, but I do know that she ran over at Colonial in a state bred race. So make what you want of that state bred competition for Virginia breds. Not sure how strong that group is going at this moment, as I'm not up to date on the Virginia breds by any means, but did show speed, dueled from the outside and stayed on willingly. And only a 6-horse field, was bet down to 5-2. Got some love that day. Did have Irad Ortiz Jr. aboard as well, and now tries the turf for the first time. And then Keith Asmussen gets this girl out of the gate and hopefully right to the lead, and hopefully she gets somewhat of a ground-saving trip breaking from the outside. She does have tactical speed. Anne's Girl on the board at 5-2, but the 9 is taking a ton of love. 5-1, currently cut in half right now. The 3-year-old Practical Joke filly gets Luan Machado in the saddle for Vicky Oliver, a horse who does have experience and is now getting an equipment change. The blinkers going on, not a move that Mrs. Oliver has done with routine success. In fact, 0 for 16 first-time blinkers so far on the year. So not something that she has done a ton, but I like that this horse has experience, does get the 3rd different rider and the 3rd different racetrack. So they have thrown a lot at Emoji so far, but we'll see if she can give the thumbs up to the rest of this group and all of the backers. Taking some love right now. She's shown the ability to pass some horses in the lane as well. She's raced at both Gulfstream Park and Keeneland, so she should appreciate the class relief today for Emoji. But number 10 is Bridgeport Viral for Tier Racing. Gets the 5-pound weight allowance in here for Michael Ewing. This rider's been aboard every single start so far, whether she's raced here at Indianapolis or at Turfway Park as well. She's become accustomed to going a little bit further. Her races over the winter were 6.5 and 1 mile. She cuts back in distance today, and if the speed does collapse, she's likely to get first run. She's shown a tactical ability to sit just off of some very fast fractions here at the shoe. 21 and 2, she was 3 lengths out of it, and then 20.73, she was only 4 lengths out of it. So I think she'll sit just off the leaders in here and try and make a run of it late. 13-1, a wide open field in here as they go out for the thoroughbred finale, and we give way to the beautiful and talented Martha to take you through Monday's finale 250-yard dash in the 9th. But it's your final daily double opportunity of Monday at the shoe.
The horses coming out to the track now for the 8th race. Made a distaff turf sprint over the 5 furlongs, a field of 11. Scratch 1, Ms. Candy. 3, Extreme Dream. 14, Sariette. 15, Nola Louise. And 16, Ome. Scratch 1, 3, 14, 15, and number 16. Exacta, trifecta, superfecta. There's a carryover in the 10-cent pentafecta of $3,982. Start here of the final double of the day. Ninth race closing the card with a quarter horse maiden juvenile dash over the 250. Fast track for the finale. Ninth race, scratch 2, Roses After Midnight. 12, Apolitical Bill, and 13, Afterburner Z. 11, Last Famous Eagle draws in and breaks from post position number 10 for 11, Last Famous Eagle. Ninth race, that maiden juvenile quarter horse dash, scratch 2, 12, and 13 for Just Sinful 5 over, 8, 1 Grand Eagle 7 over. 3 minutes. Less than 1 minute to post time. Less than 1 minute. The horses are approaching the starting gate. The horses have reached the starting gate. It is now post time. They're going in. Marcelino Pedrosa Jr. with Adeline. Fernando Leto Cruz. Tarshay went it well, making her bow. Tarshay. Vincent Chaminade with Tutabella. Loading for this maiden distaff sprint. Course good. Juan Machado with Emoji. Jesus Castanon with Morgan's Bluff. Oscar Villarreal, Bridgeport coming up. 4-time started Bridgeport. Alberto Burgos with Stormy Paradise. Keith Asmussen, Ann's Girl, coming up to the gate. Sammy Bermudez with Summer Addy. Alex Achard with Bois Blanc. OG 5-2 favorite. One more. Manny Esquivel, Mom's Palace, to make up the 11 for the maiden distaff sprint. All in line. They're off, racing 5 furlongs, and Tarshay was last away. Ann's Girl broke sharp along with Adeline, who's now being sent up and after the front. Emoji's also right there, part of an early scramble, along with Mom's Palace, and also right there is Stormy Paradise as they vie for the front. Then shuffled back was Emoji with Tutabella, racing some 6 lengths off these leaders as Ann's Girls emerged in front of Mom's Palace. Summer Addy on the far outside as they round the far turn with 3 furlongs to go. Tutabella's dropped back sharply. Toward the inside is Morgan's Bluff with a bid coming toward the quarter pole. Summer Addy is racing wide, and then comes Bridgeport along with in between fillies as they straighten away Tarshay and Tutabella. They straighten away through the final quarter of a mile, and it's Ann's Girl with the rail, Mom's Palace in the blue blinkers. Stormy Paradise has a gap of good enough. Charging on the outside is Bois Blanc in the clear. They come inside the final 16th, and it's Mom's Palace who's taking the lead. Mom's Palace in front, Ann's Girl kicking. Here's Bois Blanc who joins Mom's Palace on the wire. Mom's Palace holding on from Bois Blanc, and then Stormy Paradise was next along with Ann's Girl. Tarshay passed some rivals in the home run along with Morgan's Bluff. .03 after the maiden distaff turf sprint. 58.03. 13-12 photo. Stand by for the 3rd, 4th, and 5th from the judges. 13, Mom's Palace. 15-1 first, 12 Bois Blanc. 10-1 second. Stand by for the 3rd, 4th, and 5th for the Grand High Five. Manny Esquivel. The daughter of Palace Malice for Cipriano Contreras. 3rd time was the charm for Mom's Palace. So the tune of 15-1. The judges have posted number 6, Stormy Paradise, at 15 to 1/3. 11, Ann's Girl, 9 to 2 4th, and 5, Morgan's Bluff. Of those 44 to 1 odds gets into the Pentafecta. 13, 12, 6, 11, 5 after a scramble. And the Murphy Trailer Sales winner circle the 13, Mom's Palace, with Manny Esquivel. Mom's Palace is a 3-year-old bay filly by Palace Menace. And a Mom's Choice by Kitten's Joy, bred in the land of Lincoln. Racing for trainer Cipriano Contreras Stable Incorporated and Andrew Knapzik. Horseshoe Indianapolis congratulates the winning connections. Mom's Palace out to the maiden ranks. Race 8 official. The 13-12 exacta paid $362. 50-cent trifecta, 3-12-6, $1,369.45. 9-13 double, $478.80. We'll have a whopping carryover in the 50-cent late pick 5 to tomorrow's card of $106,968. Also a carryover to the 10-cent thoroughbred pentafecta, $15,217.70. The pentafecta carryover on the first thoroughbred race featuring the Grand High Five tomorrow. The $1 Itoba late pick 4 paid $43,958. 10-cent superfecta, $1,804.77. 405 in the pick 5 paid $412.45. And again, we'll have a carryover onto Tuesday's card in the 50-cent late pick 5. Low 11.99% takeout. And the 50-cent late pick 5 will be $106,968 for that carryover. 16 minutes away, race 9 to close out the card with a quarter horse maiden juvenile dash. With a 250, scratch 10 Roses After Midnight, 12 Apolitical Bill, and 13 Afterburner Z. 11 Last Famous Eagle draws in, breaks from post position number 10. Last Famous Eagle, the number 11 in your program, will run from post position number 10. 4 Just Sinful 5 over, 8-1 Grand Eagle 7 over. Exacta Trifecta Superfecta, and the 10-cent quarter horse only Pentafecta. Post time 6:23.
Results are in for Dooley's Legends here at Horseshoe Indianapolis. Congratulations to Tony McGuire for winning. Thank you for playing Dooley's Legends. Thank you for joining us here on this sunny day at Horseshoe Indianapolis. Have a great night.
Off racing 5 furlongs, and Tarshay was last away. Ann's Girl broke sharp along with Adeline, who's now being sent up and after the front. Emoji's also right there, part of an early scramble, along with Mom's Palace, and also right there is Stormy Paradise as they vie for the front. Then shuffled back was Emoji with Tutabella racing some 6 lengths off these leaders as Ann's Girls emerged in front of Mom's Palace. Summer Addy on the far outside as they round the far turn with 3 furlongs to go. Tutabella's dropped back sharply. Toward the inside is Morgan's Bluff with a bid coming toward the quarter pole. Summer Addy is racing wide, and then comes Bridgeport along with in between fillies as they straighten away Tarche and Tutabella. They straighten away through the final quarter of a mile, and it's Ann's Girl with the rail, Mom's Palace in the blue blinkers. Stormy Paradise has a gap of good enough. Charging on the outside is Bois Blanc in the clear. They come inside the final 16th, and it's Mom's Palace who's taking the lead. Mom's Palace in front, Ann's Girl kicking. Here's Bois Blanc who joins Mom's Palace on the wire. Mom's Palace holding on from Bois Blanc, and then they're off, racing 5 furlong.
beautiful sunny Monday today at Horseshoe Indianapolis. What a better way to close out the card than with a 250-yard maiden quarter horse race. I'm laughing when I say this because we've kidded around in the past about what you're going to see when these 2-year-olds make their debut on the racetrack. You'll see some nice, we'll talk about the pedigree, obviously, the connections, and of course their training race performances. But what you haven't seen yet from any of these is an actual race performance. And as I mentioned quite often, 2-year-olds are like very young children. You just have to see how they're going to handle the situation. Some of them will emerge from their training races in really good shape, raring to go, ready for this. Others will have some issues just being a little intimidated by the crowd, by the noise, by everything that happens in a race situation. Watch these races today, and of course a lot of these horses you're going to be seeing in the months to come in some of these amazingly rich futurities. Those are championships for 2-year-olds that we'll host throughout the season. All right, without any further ado, let's go to the paddock, take a look at how our little babies are doing in their first day of kindergarten, okay? All right, my top choice is going to be number 6, and that's Cyber Flash, one of 2 entrants from the barn of Tony Cunningham, who's won the last 2 quarter horse titles here at Horseshoe Indy. Cyber Flash has been mighty flashy in the morning. Nice work in March, and then followed up 1 month later with probably the fastest training race time that I've seen so far this meet, 13.68 seconds for 250 yards. Very good pedigree, obviously, too, sired by leading stallion Favorite Cartel out of a First Down Dash mare. This filly sold for $45,000 at the September Heritage yearling sale. El Danny Martinez will ride for Tony Cunningham. We'll go next right to the inside of a Cyber Flash and talk about number 5, Unsung Hero. Again, one of 2 for current leading quarter horse conditioner, and that's Tim Eggleston, who's having a tremendous meet. So far, 9 races already won in the season. And also congratulations to Tim for qualifying 3 sophomores, that's 3-year-old quarter horses, for the Harley Green Derby, and we had the trials on Thursday, and Tim's horses looked phenomenal. So that's going to be an exciting final coming up on our first all-quarter horse day, May 31st. Okay, well, Tim's barn is loaded once again with talent. The Unsung Hero is a gelding by one Valiant Hero. He sold for $50,000 at the Heritage Place yearling sale, and his sharp morning drills mark him as one to watch. Current leading jockey Eduardo Diaz who's 67% in the money, is going to ride this gelding. We'll go next to number 8, and that's One Grand Eagle. This is the 2nd Eggleston trainee. Also competed well April 25th in training races. Bred and owned by Sue Belden. This is a son of a horse that I got to see in person. This is an Eagle. I'm sorry. This is an Eagle was the name of the stallion who won the Sam Houston Futurity several years ago for trainer Leon Bard. It was a $100,000 TQHA yearling sale. That's pretty pricey for Texas. And he was great champion, but also now a very good stallion. So One Grand Eagle, again, good works in the morning. Rolando Pena in the saddle for high percentage conditioner Tim Eggleston. And I'll round out my top 4 with a filly. Number 2, Miss Dashin' Good. Again, really well-bred filly trained by Natasha Perez. She's actually got 2 in this as well. The pedigree, Just Good Candy is the stallion, winner of $2 million and the prestigious All-American Futurity several years ago. Again, now producing some really, really exceptional runners. All right, well, I'll go 6-5, 8-2 in our finale. Also want to mention, if you want to play our 10-cent quarter horse Pentafecta, the payouts have been in hundreds and even thousands of dollars so far this meet. You might want to consider number 4, and that's Just Sinful. That's the other Cunningham trainee, 10-1 in the morning line, Francisco Quintero in the saddle. Well, good luck to all in this finale, and we'll see you back tomorrow for more live racing at Horseshoe Indianapolis.
horses coming onto the track for the 9th race. Quarter horse maiden juvenile dash with a 250 to close out the card. Scratch 10 Roses After Midnight, 12 Apolitical Bill, and the 13 Afterburner Z. 11 1 Last Famous Eagle draws in and will break from post position number 10. Last Famous Eagle, the 11 runs, breaks from post 10. For Just Sinful 5 over and 8-1 Grand Eagle 7 over. Exacta Trifecta Superfecta. This features the 10-cent quarter horse Pentafecta. We have a loose horse. Number 7 WRS Pure Ivory. On seat of the jockey here upon stepping on the track. The loose horse is the 7 WRS Pure Ivory. Late scratch on the 7 WRS Pure Ivory. Running loose here on the back of the track. Scratch 7 WRS Pure Ivory here from the maiden. All wagers on the 7 refunds. There will be a 13-7 consolation double. 13-7 consolation double. Those using 7 WRS Pure Ivory in a multi-race wager, you'll now receive the post-time favorite as your substitute in that final rolling pick 3 of the day. 13-7 consolation double. This horse is still loose on the back. WRS Pure Ivory, scratch the 7. On the back of the track, the outrider has a hold of that loose horse. WRS Pure Ivory now with the outrider on the back of the track. Late scratch on the 7. The horses are approaching the starting gate. The horses have reached the starting gate. It is now post time. Mulligan, the unsung hero, has joined Mulligan. Cyber Flash, Miss Dashing Good. One Grand Eagle, Just Sinful. Waiting for Marlboro Red, LB Tempting Corona, and Last Famous Eagle. At 250 yards, one more. Aaron Hunt, Last Famous Eagle, drew in. Breaks from post 10 to close out the card. Tuesday post time, 2:10 p.m. Eastern. Fast track. They're in the gate. Off of the Monday finale. The unsung hero was sharply away, not so much so Mulligan. Here comes a charge now from Last Famous Eagle with LB Tempting Corona. It's the unsung hero on the wire. The unsung hero has won it from Jess Sinful with Cyber Flash, LB Tempting Corona, and Last Famous Eagle across. Photo finish after the maiden juvenile dash. There'll be an inquiry into the running. Steward's inquiry into the overall running of the maiden juvenile dash. Stand by for the run order from the judges after the finale. Inquiry. The steward's inquiry into the maiden juvenile quarter horse dash withdrawn. No changes made to the running order. The stewards took a look at the running. No changes made to the order, which we're still standing by for. Stand by for the verdict from the judges. 5, 4, 11, 6 in the 9 runs, 5th for the quarter horse Pentafecta, 5, the Unsung Hero, 5-1 first with a debut win. 4, Jess Sinful was second, 11, Last Famous Eagle getting into the trifecta, 6, Cyber Flash 4th, and 9, LB Tempting Corona finished 5th. 5, 4, 11, 6, 9. .647 seconds after that maiden juvenile dash. 13.647 seconds. It's official. Returning to the Murphy Trailer Sales winner circle, the 5, the Unsung Hero with Eduardo Luna Diaz. The Unsung Hero is a 2-year-old sorrel gelding by Valiant Hero. And a 2 winds by Jesse James Jr. Tim Eggleston trains for owner Steve Zamler. Horseshoe Indianapolis congratulates the winning connections of this juvenile, the Unsung Hero. 5-1 debut winner. Final results in. The 5-4 exacta $68.80. 50-cent trifecta 5-4-11 $129.15. 13-5 double $254.60. 13-7 consolation double $38.40. 10-cent superfecta 5-4-11-6 returns $61.88. 50-cent pick 3 $557.45. There was that late scratch on 7 WRS Pure Ivory. Refunds on the 7, that 13-7 again, consolation double, $38.40, and with LB Tempting Corona 5th, the 10-cent quarter horse Pentafecta 5-4-11-6-9 paid $309.36, 13.647 seconds fast. That concludes our live racing program for today. We thank all that joined us here at the races. Cheers to all who tuned in. Next live race card tomorrow and on Tuesday's card, 50-cent late pick 5 carryover. $106,968. 6-figure 50-cent late pick 5 carryover. That'll start on race 4 of 9 here tomorrow. Again, that late pick 5 carryover, $106,968. First race post time at 2:10. Until next time, for all of us here at Horseshoe Indianapolis, it's been my pleasure today from the broadcast booth. Track announcer John G. Dooley saying good night. Off of the Monday finale, the Unsung Hero was sharply away, not so much so Mulligan. Here comes a charge now from Last Famous Eagle with LB Tempting Corona. It's the Unsung Hero on the wire. The Unsung Hero has won it from Jess. Off of the Monday finale, the Unsung Hero was sharply away, not so much so